call to order the Performance, Compensation, and Talent Management Committee. Please call the roll.
Arena Ortega,
Here.
Lisa Middleton,
Present.
Jose Luis Pacheco,
Present.
Kevin Palkey,
Good morning.
Teresa Taylor, Yvonne Walker, Melissa Willett.
Thank you. Our first order of business this morning is the election of the chair and the vice chair. So I'm going to ask for nominations for the chair of the committee. Ms. Willett?
I move to nominate Jose Luis Pacheco as chair of the PCTM committee.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other nominations? Any other nominations? One last time, any other nominations? Okay, seeing none, I have a motion to approve Mr. Pacheco as chair. Okay, seconded by Ms. Taylor. Please call the roll.
Arena Ortega,
Aye.
Lisa Middleton,
Aye.
Jose Luis Pacheco,
Aye.
Kevin Palkey,
Aye.
Teresa Taylor, Yvonne Walker, Melissa Willett.
Okay, the motion passes. Congratulations, Mr. Pacheco. We're going to take a 5-minute pause to transition so we can slide over. Thank you.
I'm going to be now taking nominations for the vice chair of the committee. Oh,
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and congratulations.
Thank you.
I'd like to put into nomination Melissa Willett for Vice Chair of the the Performance, Compensation, Talent Management Committee.
thank you, Ms. Taylor. Nomination is made. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? I have a motion to approve Ms. Melissa Willett as Vice Chair of the Performance, Compensation, Talent, and Management Committee. Please do the roll call vote.
Jose Luis Pacheco,
Oh, sorry, we had to do second, we had to do another vote. Second. We have a first from, sorry, who was from Ms. Taylor, a second from Ms. Walker. I have please do the roll call vote. Thank you.
Jose Luis Pacheco,
Aye.
Arena Ortega, Lisa Middleton,
Aye.
Kevin Palkey,
Aye.
Teresa Taylor, Yvonne Walker, Melissa Willett.
Motion passes. Congratulations, Ms. Willett. We will now move into closed sessions for items 1 through 3 for the closed session agenda. We will immediately reconvene in open session after the closed session begins. Thank you very much. Anyone who's in the auditorium, please exit that aren't supposed to be here. Thank you. We're back in open session, and we'll continue with the remainder of the open session agenda. The first order of business in open session will be to call the roll call.
Jose Luis Pacheco,
Aye.
Melissa Willette.
Here.
Lisa Middleton.
Present.
Arena Ortega. Kevin Palke.
Good morning.
Teresa Taylor. Yvonne Walker.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is executive report. Mr. Hoffner, please.
Good morning. Doug Hoffner, CalPERS team member. Congratulations to the chair and vice chair in their election, and for the new members of the committee. It's good to see everybody here today. Today we have an action consent item before you that'll be up related to our board comp policy and executive and investment management positions. This reflects the changes that the committee and board approved both in November and in January. And we basically provided a red line document for you to see those changes that were approved in those two periods. In addition, we have an information item about compensation review for the statutory positions, which was asked for by the committee for information to be brought back, which we'll do today. McLaughlin, who presented the compensation data, they're on Zoom. They will provide a highlight of the comparable documents that were requested by the board back in November. And after that, the board's primary compensation consultant, GGA Global Governance Advisors, will present their initial observations related to that data. This concludes my report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffner. Next item will be the action consent item. Sorry. I need to pull, I have a request to pull and discuss 5C of the agenda. Now, what's the pleasure of the committee for 5A and 5B? I have a move from Ms. Taylor.
I will second.
I will have a second from Ms. Willette. Any discussion of the motion? So all in favors? We need a roll call, excuse me.
Melissa Willette.
Yes.
Lisa Middleton. Arena Ortega. Kevin Palke.
Aye.
Teresa Taylor. Yvonne Walker.
Thank you. Now I'd like to open up 5C for discussion. Ms. Ortega.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for considering my discussion of this item. So the specific recommendation I have is on 5C attachment 1, and it's just a recommendation in where the salary surveys are discussed on page 8 of the policy. The consultants are routinely providing us detailed information about the salary surveys, but I think it would be helpful if the policy actually was expressly documenting that information will be provided to us. So I will read the sentence that I propose to be added to that paragraph, and it is that survey results will be presented to the board for each peer group as well as separately for each employer group. And again, this is information that's provided upon request frequently, but I think it would make sense to just include it in the policy so that it is provided routinely as part of the board item. So that would be my recommended motion, is to approve that item with that amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Ortega. Do I have a second on that motion? Ms. Walker seconds it. Is there any discussion on the motion? I see none. Sorry, Ms. Taylor. Thank you.
Thank you. So I missed where?
On page 8 of attachment 1, I believe
Okay.
it is, there's a paragraph that has salary surveys as the
Right, I see
header.
right.
So right now it says, if you read, as the end of the first sentence comes up, it says that the survey will be conducted every 2 years or as the board deems necessary. And then there's the next sentence is about special surveys. So what I'm recommending is in there, is that it explicitly says the survey results. So from that 2-year survey, the survey results will be presented to the board for each peer group as well as separately for each employer group. So it's-
Okay, so I guess I want to ask what we're trying to garner out of that piece of information. I thought that wasn't. I thought that was provided by a different consultant, right? Not our current consultant. I thought.
I think it's routinely provided in response to questions from the board, from either the surveys of either McLaughlin or if there's follow-up questions from the general compensation consultant. I think the point is just to make sure that that's part of a routine.
So that it's presented to, the actual survey results is presented to us. Is that something that is doable?
Yeah, I mean, I think let's clarify the question. So the results, are we talking, I mean, we're seeing the results of the survey. So is that what we're trying to make sure that's included there? Not just that we do a survey, that we give the results to the committee, which we have been doing, or is there more granular?
I don't think it's more granular. I think it's just recognizing that it's information that is provided to the board.
Okay. That's our current practice. We're providing this information.
right.
That's what
No,
this item is.
That's
So,
why I was confused.
It is current practice, but I don't think it's documented at all.
no, I get you.
in the policy,
It's what
Okay.
what's being presented today.
That's where I was
It's just
lost.
clarifying, as I understand it, that Ms. Ortega is asking for that to be specifically identified that's provided there. So.
Sorry, wrong button. Robert Carlin from the CalPERS Legal Office. I would recommend that we bring the proposed change you're suggesting, Ms. Ortega, back for the next revision to the item, because this item was just noticed for implementing previous changes that the board had already approved. So it looks like there might be some room for discussion. We could take down the language at the chair's direction if you'd like, and then include that, because I think there's another set of revisions that will likely be coming back at the next PCTM committee meeting.
Totally fine for me. So with that, I will withdraw my earlier motion and make a motion to approve and then bring back the, well, let me ask Mr. Carlin, should we defer action on today's or?
Because today's is just encapsulating things that the committee and the board have already approved, I think it's totally appropriate to move forward with that. And we have the language now that you've offered, and we can bring that back as a potential change as well.
Okay, so I would move approval of the item today as recommended by the staff, and then as discussed, bring back the suggested language for the next discussion.
Okay. Do I have a second on that? I have a first from Ms. Ortega, a second from Ms. Taylor. Is there any discussion on that motion? I see none. Roll call, please.
Melissa Willette? Yes. Lisa Middleton?
Aye.
Marina Ortega? Kevin Palke?
Aye.
Teresa Taylor? Yvonne Walker?
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is the information consent item. I see no request to move anything out of that. So we're now moving on to agenda item number 7. The item, the compensation review of statutory positions. I would like to now move it to Ms. Tucker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the committee. Michelle Tucker, CalPERS team member. Item 7A presents compensation survey data for classifications covered by the board's compensation policy for executive and investment management positions, including the Chief Executive Officer, Chief Actuary, Chief Financial Officer, Chief Operating Officer, General Counsel, Chief Investment Officer, and all investment management classifications. Maureen Riley and Cora Reynolds of McLaughlin are here today to present the review of CalPERS compensation data in comparison to the board's defined comparator groups for executive and investment management positions. As a reminder, similar data was also presented last February. Since that time, and based on board input and approval, weightings were applied to the categories within each of the 2 comparator groups. The board's primary compensation consultant, Global Governance Advisors, has reviewed the survey data, and Brad Kelly and Peter Landers will provide their initial observations to aid the committee in determining next steps. The goal of today's meeting is to review the data and discuss gaps in compensation where applicable. This will set the foundation for GGA to return in April with recommendations on how to address the identified gaps. I would like to bring to the committee's attention today that although the Chief Health Director position could not be included in today's data review, GGA will have current comparative compensation data, which will be brought back to the committee in April as well. That does conclude my opening remarks, and if no further questions, I could invite McLaughlin to begin their presentation.
Definitely. Mr. McGoffin.
Thank you so much, Michelle. My name is Maureen Riley, and I'm with McLagan as well as Cora. And just for those of you who may be new or not familiar with McLagan, we provide compensation data, analytics, and consulting to financial services firms all over the world. And Cora and I specifically work with asset managers that include your traditional advisory firms, as well as U.S. public pension funds, endowments, foundations, corporate plan sponsors. So we're well versed in the asset manager, asset owner space. So if you don't mind going to the next page, what we were asked to do, as Michelle said, was provide an update to the compensation data that was provided last February for the executive position shown here on this page, as well as the investment management positions. Each of these has a specific peer group. So there is an executive peer group and separately an investment management peer group. The weightings have since changed since the last analysis, and that is what we are providing this update for here today. And for us, for our data, we use the data, it comes from our proprietary data systems. So we work with financial services firms all over the world, and in these instances, asset managers, on collecting their compensation data from them. They send us their full census, as well as their associated compensation data for each individual, and a survey benchmark. And the way that those survey benchmarks are provided is that we have our job descriptions so that we avoid any type of bias in terms of matching. We don't match anybody based on title alone. So for an example, and this position is not included, and it's just a straightforward example, is if you have a senior accountant at a firm that may have 3 years of experience, a senior accountant at a separate firm may have 8, and a senior accountant at another firm may have 12 and manage staff. So what we do is we have job descriptions that allow firms to align their each individual based on years of experience, their management responsibility, the overall role, responsibilities that each individual has. They match them into our surveys, and then that allows us to provide these survey benchmarks back to you and to others. If you don't mind going to the next page. So for us, what we were doing is we updated for the executive positions. The peer group includes 3 different sets of data and then a combined set of data. So the first is looking at leading US and Canadian public funds, California-based agencies, and then separately private sector firms, which would be the asset management business within banks and insurance companies. Each one of these are weighted a third, a third, a third, and then we give a combined peer group, which you'll see. The underlying data for each of those other peer groups is found in the appendices. But what we do is we calculate this data internally. So we calculated the leading US and Canadian public fund group data. We calculated the California-based agency data. We calculated the private sector data. And then we took a third of each of those calculations to create that combined peer group. And we'll get into that on the next few pages. And then separately, for the investment management positions, we looked at the large and complex institutional investors. So these would be your US and Canadian public funds, endowments, and corporate plan sponsors. And then separately, we also looked at your private sector firms with assets under management 150 to 500 billion. So these would include your investment management advisory firms, banks, insurance companies. Next page, please. Next. Okay. So for us, I'll take a step back. So we've already collected the data from each of these underlying firms. We've looked at it, we've looked at your peer groups, and we said, okay, for the executive management peer group, we have to calculate the underlying data for each of those 3 separate peer groups, and then take a third of the weighting for each one. And what this does is this gives us the market data here shown on this page. And what you're seeing on this page is at the top is the bar chart, and anything in blue represents CalPERS. Anything in gray represents the competitive market data. Underneath shows you for CalPERS, the max, mid, and minimum points set internally. The market data shows you the 25th percentile, the median, and the 75th percentile. And now looking at the far left at those two sets of bars, you see CalPERS salary midpoint is 503,000. Calculating the market data, looking at the median, it's 499,000. So you can say that CalPERS current salary midpoint is set right about at the competitive market median for your peer group. And looking at those bars, and this is these are small, so it's a small example, but that white line in the middle of each of these bars represents either for CalPERS, the midpoint, or for the market median. And then the top of the bar represents the 75th percentile, and the bottom of the bar represents, the bottom line represents the 25th percentile. Moving on, looking at salary and target total cash for CalPERS. CalPERS target total cash compensation, looking at the midpoint, is $639,000. Looking at the market, so the market is made up of actual salaries as well as actual cash incentives awarded for the 2021 performance year. So we don't include targets or maximums for the market data, it's actuals that are paid out. So this is just actual cash incentives paid for the 2021 performance year plus salaries. And then separately, you can see salary plus the max compensation for CalPERS, $704,000 versus the market. The total cash number did not change, as we don't include maximums or targets within the markets. This is actual data. And then separately, looking at the salary and target total compensation for CalPERS at $775,000 at midpoint. The market total compensation includes salary, that actual cash compensation value, at cash bonus compensation, and then separately long-term incentives. And so at median, that number would be 2.268 million. Are there any questions so far?
No, keep on going.
Okay, sure. So then the next page, this is looking at the chief financial officer. It's the same thought process and layout as the previous page, but what you can see here is that the salaries for CalPERS, the midpoint at 297 versus the market median of 312, you can see it's just slightly below. Salary plus target cash compensation for CalPERS is 378,000 versus the market total cash compensation of at median is 494,000. For salary plus the maximum compensation for CalPERS, you can see that the market did not change. Again, it did not change. And CalPERS is 416 at midpoint. And then for total compensation for the market, we included this just for reference so that you have it. You'll have it for the next few executives, but not for, obviously, for CalPERS. But you can see that the market total compensation, if the market includes long-term incentives for chief financial officers, the total compensation goes up to around $570,000 at midpoint, at median. Next. For the general counsel, you can see the salaries, CalPERS at midpoint is $308,000 versus the market of $336,000 at median. Salary plus the targets for CalPERS are $391 at midpoint. The market total cash compensation is $587,000 at median. Now looking at the maximums for CalPERS of $431 at midpoint versus, again, the market total cash at $587. And the private sector, or I don't want to say the private sector, but private sector includes the long-term incentives. That's where you find the majority. But when you include long-term incentives within this peer group, $665,000, it would be the median compensation for a general counsel. Moving on. The chief actuary, I just want to note that for the chief actuary, there's very limited data available for the public fund space. So the public funds are not included in this data set. This is weighted differently than the other peers. It's weighted 50% towards California-based agencies and 50% towards the private sector firm. So every other executive that we've seen so far and that you'll see right after this was a third towards public pension funds, a third towards California-based agencies, and a third towards private sector. But due to the lack of data for the public fund group, it's 50% towards California-based agencies and 50% towards private sector firms. I just wanted to make that clear. And when looking at the salaries, you can see here that CalPERS midpoint of 264,000 falls just short of the market of 276,000. At median, when looking at market total cash compensation, CalPERS target of 336 versus the market of 494,000 at median. CalPERS maximums at 370,000 at midpoint versus the market's 494. And again, looking at total compensation for the market, the median is $560,000. Okay, moving on. The Chief Operating Officer. For salaries, CalPERS midpoint of 250,000 versus the market median, you can see, is 335,000. The target, CalPERS target of 318 at midpoint versus the market total cash is 586. And again, just as a reminder, total cash is salary plus actual cash incentives awarded. And CalPERS maximum midpoint of 350,000 versus the market's 586. And you can see on the right, market total compensation, which includes long-term incentives, would be 696,000. Okay, next. Okay, before we move on to the investment management group, are there any questions on the combined peer group for executives? The data that we.
I see no questions.
Okay.
Continue.
Thank you. All right, so moving on to the investment management peer group, and this is primarily when we talked about the job descriptions and aligning the job descriptions based on years of experience, roles, responsibilities really comes into play, because you could have an associate investment manager, again, at CalPERS and an associate investment manager at a peer firm or fund, and they have completely different years of experience. So this is where matching into our surveys really comes into play in this aspect. So this page here only shows salaries. So it only shows CalPERS salary ranges versus the market salary. And again, the bars represent the same as the prior charts we just saw. CalPERS is in blue, the market is in gray, and you can see for the associate investment manager, CalPERS midpoint of their salary range is 146,000 versus the market salary median of 167,000. For the investment manager role, CalPERS, their midpoint is 244,000 versus the market's salary median of 212,000. For the investment management director, CalPERS midpoint of their salary is 321 versus the market of 285,000. For the managing investment directors, the midpoint for CalPERS is 412 versus the market median of 362,000. For deputy CIOs, CalPERS midpoint is 453,000 versus the market salary range of 409,000. And for the CIO, CalPERS midpoint of 566 versus the market salary median of 575. If we move on. Okay, so when we're looking at this is looking at CalPERS' target total cash versus market total cash. And again, market total cash includes salary and your cash incentives that were actually awarded. For the associates, the midpoint is 185 versus the market total cash of 260. Investment managers, you can see the midpoint of 342 versus the median of 415. The investment director, midpoint of 482 versus the market total cash of 641. CalPERS managing investment directors of 700 is the midpoint, and the market total cash at median is 907. Deputy CIOs, you can see CalPERS is 816 is their midpoint versus the market total cash of 1.073 million. And then for the CIOs, the market total cash is a median of 1.85 million versus 1.32 for CalPERS midpoint. Just as a reminder, for the competitive market, this excludes any type of long-term or deferred awards. And the next page. So this still excludes long-term deferred awards. This looks at CalPERS maximum total cash values versus the market total cash. So for the associates, at midpoint is 204 versus the market total cash of 260. You can see CalPERS midpoint for the investment managers is 390,000 versus the market of 415. For investment directors, CalPERS midpoint is 562,000 versus the market of 640,000. For managing investment directors, CalPERS midpoint is 845,000 versus the market total cash of 907. Deputy CIOs, midpoint's 997 versus the market total cash of 1.073. And for CIOs, CalPERS 1.415 at midpoint versus call it 1.9 for the market total cash. And if you go to the next page, so this includes long-term incentives and deferred awards for the competitive market. So this is the market total compensation. CalPERS, this includes their salaries, annual incentives at target, and long-term at target. So it's their target total compensation versus market actual compensation. This is for long-term incentives. These are what were awarded for the 2021 performance year. These are not any type of awards that may have vested in 2021. They were granted for the 2021 performance year for the market. So for the associates, the midpoint is 225 versus the market total compensation of 295. For investment managers, CalPERS, midpoint of 439 versus the market median of 491. You can see investment directors, CalPERS midpoint is 642 versus the market total compensation of 846. For the managing investment directors, CalPERS midpoint of 989 versus the market total compensation of 1.3 million. Deputy CIO, CalPERS 1.178 for the midpoint versus 1.5 for the market total compensation. And for the CIO, CalPERS 1.698 at midpoint versus the market total compensation of 2.7 million. Okay. Next. So that shows the combined peer groups for both the executives and the investment management group. The appendix here shows each of these same positions broken out for each of the individual peer groups for the executive. So it will show, if you go to the next page, next page. Yep. So this shows the CEO data just for the public fund peer group. And the public fund peer group, again, looks at the leading US and Canadian public funds. So I'm not sure if we want to go through each of these individual pages in the next, I think there's about 20 more slides that shows the underlying data for each of these individual peer groups. Certainly happy to take you through that, but just let me know if that is
Maureen, I think we have a question maybe.
Yes, we have a, sorry, thank you, Maureen. We have a question from Ms. Ortega.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maureen, I have a question about when looking at the incentive awards and help me understand the relationship between the survey and if that, like on the incentive award, is it a point in time? So it's that year's incentive payouts, but then how that relates to how we use the data to set an incentive target for maybe multiple years. I'm just trying to understand, like if you have a year with very high incentive payouts and maybe the next year they're much lower, how does that interact with how we set it as a compensation structure?
Sure. So compensation lags the market by about a year in terms of when it's collected and when the survey results are actually able to be published. So for 2021, for the private sector was the best pay year in probably ever. So incentives were very, very high. So in terms of how you go about looking at this data, it's not as if when we are asked to provide this data, it's not as if CalPERS said, okay, we're going to review our compensation this year because 2021 was a great pay year. But no, when you do this again in 2 years, pay will definitely be coming down in 2022, and we can anticipate 2023 pay will also be coming down. So it's not as if we're cherry picking a great year versus a bad year, but it will normalize itself over time because of the fluctuations in the market. And because there are gaps to market, you will close those gaps over time, but it's not something as if you were to look at this and say, we need to necessarily just look at the median or strive to the 75th because you know that it was a great year. It could be that you use the market data accordingly in terms of the performance within the market. So when you see this again in 2 years, the data, I'm not going to predict, but the data will be a lot lower than it is right now.
So just to follow up on that, when you talk about the data normalizing and perhaps in 2 years, is that because you see on the private sector side, the payouts actually get reduced?
They do, yes. Public funds is much more muted and regimented, where they don't see as large swings in the data up or down. Private sector, they do, especially for the senior investment positions, they do fluctuate up and down with the market.
Thank you.
Because of firm performance.
Hi, Ms. Taylor.
So I'm going to have to ask the question, then why wouldn't we do the median? Like for 3 years or 5 years or something like that? Because I think you said it didn't make sense, Maureen, to do a median because we do this every 2 years. But since we only do it every 2 years and we're basing our pay scale for these positions on that, then why wouldn't we choose to do a median of some kind?
I think for this would be a GGA to jump in for as your consultants to comment on how you would set your pay with using the market data. Todd.
Thanks, Peter Landers from Global Governance. So yes, Maureen makes a valid point that, actual total cash numbers can definitely fluctuate from year to year. That's one approach you could look is looking at a 3-year average of those payouts. Luckily, we have, last year's data that we could definitely try and look at that sort of averaging at least over the last 2 years or so as one piece of information. Ultimately, though, I think whether you look at 2021, 2022, as Maureen said, looking at what that overall total compensation package looks like, that includes both, the short term, but also the longer term incentives. I think the key is to look at, we looked at the data this year versus last year. The data hasn't fluctuated all that much at the midpoints. So, we have some definite comfort in seeing that the data, although maybe slightly skewed one way or the other, is still relatively representative at that median of a similar type of number. But that's definitely, something you could look at is a multi-year average approach if that was something this board wanted to look at. But I don't think it's going to affect the result all that too much when we actually get to sort of the final recommendations.
Brad Kelly, Global Governance Advisors. I'd like to also add that when you look at investment institutions, most of them do not pay incentives based on just a 12-month period of performance. Most of them, like you, will have 3 to 5 years rolled in as an average. And so you would say that, yes, last year was a good year in the investment world, but it would be muted because it would be bundled in with multiple years' performance, especially in the public sector where you have public funds that are relatively incentivized on 3 to 5 year horizons. So yes, there would be some slight upward pressure, but it would be muted by the fact that they're multi-year performance periods, and also the fact that you have state agencies blended in here that don't have any, their performance wouldn't have any real bearing on the investment community in the past year as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's no. Is there any more discussion? Yes. Ms. Milton?
I want to separate out the investment positions from all of the other positions. In looking at the survey material that we received for the public sector employees, and again, not talking about investment positions, how many of them have incentives as a part of the salary as opposed to simply paying a salary?
For your peers, for the investment staff,
Non-investment staff? Chief Operating Officer, Chief Financial Officer, General Counsel. How many of those in the public sector outside of CalPERS are receiving incentive payments?
for your specific public sector peer group, we'll have to look to get the exact number. But I would say roughly half, but we can come back to you to get the exact.
All right, thank you.
If we could add to that, a very easy way to look at that is to say, you look at the public sector cut and you look at the base salary versus total cash or market cash, then you could ascertain, roughly what's the delta there. And if it's a huge delta, then you could surmise that an overwhelming majority would have incentives associated with it. But if there's not much of a gap between the base pay and total cash, then you could also assume that relatively few of them would be offering incentives.
Are there any more questions, Ms. Milton? Are there any additional questions from the committee? Yes, Ms. Ortega?
I had an overall question for, so I don't know if we're not going to go through the rest of the presentation. That's fine. I can ask the question now. I can wait if we're going to go through the rest of the slides.
So maybe we can clarify, Doug Hoffner, CalPERS team, there are sort of repetitive McLaughlin slides that break out each of the categories. And then there's a slide deck that I think is 8 to 10 pages that Global Governance Advisors put together to provide sort of feedback based upon their review of the data. And maybe we could go through that and then see if there's questions or
I
take the
think
questions.
then my question would be before the GGA
perfect.
presentation. So.
Yeah, I would follow what you made suggestion.
Okay, so my question is just about the I think it's the 1/3 category of the U.S. and Canadian pension funds, and kind of when the list of who we're using as the comparators was last kind of reviewed, updated, and I'll tell you, it's based on a question that has to do with some of the size of some of the pension funds that are in versus some that are out, and just really looking for a little education about when this was last considered. So there's a couple of funds that are in the comparative group that are quite small compared to funds that are out, like some of the New York funds, some other U.S. large funds that are not in, and just kind of wondering what the decision was around that and when that was last reviewed.
Sure. So the investment management peer group was adopted in 2013, and that was to look at large, complex institutional investors. So that was looked at and reviewed. And at the time, those U.S. and Canadian public funds were chosen because they were large enough and complex enough to be considered a peer for CalPERS. And then in 2015, it was decided that for the executive management group that they would include those same U.S. and Canadian public funds that are in the investment management peer group. So it was since roughly 2015.
Okay, thank you. Is there any, do we have any board policy that directs any kind of refresh or reconsideration of any of that? Maybe this is for the team, or I'm not sure who's the right person to ask that question.
When the board last heard this item, we did affirm the weighting of a third, a third, a third. I think you could, direct McLaughlin, you could direct GGA to come back and reevaluate that for a future year. But we have provided this data, I think, every year for the past several years. So GGA, I don't know if you have anything further.
The only thing I'll add is I think, part of it was definitely looking at more complex organizations that had a pretty significant amount of internally managed assets versus externally managed assets. And I will say this, New York definitely has a different scheme in terms of their compensations. They tend to have, I think, a lot less on the incentive side. So, I mean, that's something that we could definitely look into. I will point out, though, that, that 1 or 2 data points, when you look at a a large sample of a lot of different funds might move the needle slightly, but it's not going to make a huge material impact on the overall numbers. But that's definitely something I think, working with McLaughlin, we could definitely add those types of funds and have a discussion. But if we're talking about one or two peers, it most likely, and Maureen can verify this or not, but I would suggest, based on my experience, it's not going to dramatically change the overall numbers that we see on these pages.
No, it definitely will not dramatically change.
I mean, I think I'll happy to acknowledge changing one or two is not going to swing anything one way or the other. I guess my question was, when is it last reviewed? And that was 2013 and 2015, which seems like a long time ago, and perhaps a conversation about the entire. So yes, the decision was made to do 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. I didn't support that. Again, happy to acknowledge I didn't support that. But the question now is then, what's the makeup of the 1/3? I know some of that information is not divulged to us, but on the US and Canadian plans, it seems like it would be worth having a conversation about whether that's still the right group of people to be using as the comparator group. So my recommendation would be that the board ask for that information to be brought back.
Are you saying, just Ms. Ortega, are you saying to bring back the information on how we selected those peer groups?
Yeah,
back in
maybe the recommendation is that we have a discussion in the next PCTM about the makeup of the current list of funds that are in that 1/3, and why and whether we should be reconsidering it. I would look to our consultants to give us that advice.
Recognizing that there hasn't been any material adjustments to a lot of these positions over now encroaching on 6 years, we would recommend that the committee at least move forward with some sort of direction by the next meeting. And then we would also entertain working with you in terms of establishing what criteria would go into distilling out that particular peer group in terms of what size asset class or how many what assets under management would be applicable, what would be that threshold or minimum threshold. Also, in terms of Peter's earlier comment about complexity, internal versus external, what percentage would you want ideally if you were to have it wouldn't make sense to benchmark yourself against a completely passively managed fund versus an actively managed. So what are those thresholds? We'd be happy to work with you in terms of defining those goalposts, those parameters, so that we can come back and distill an updated peer group. But I think our recommendation would be to not further delay this, but understand that we can further distill and improve that group going forward.
Are there any more questions, Ms. Ortega?
No, I mean, I didn't think number 7 was an action item, so I'm a little unclear what we would be delaying by asking for that to come back for a discussion. And I think having that discussion about who's in and who's out and why not, and setting some clear reasons for why some entities are in would go a long way to providing a little bit of transparency around this process. So I think I'm not suggesting that at the end we make that this is going to be some radical change to who's in, but I don't know that it's clear to everybody or the public at this point what that 1/3 is made up of.
Ms. Sir, thank you. Ms. Taylor?
Yes, thank you. I mean, we haven't done it since 2016, but we're so slow moving when it comes to doing this that I hate to provide us another delay as we move forward. I know this is an information item, but then it becomes another information item before we make a decision. So, I mean, we could also do a side-by-side with STIRS and make sure we're on the right track if that makes it easier. I don't know. I just feel like, we move like a great big old battleship, and it's not very conducive to keeping our employees. So,
Yeah, the only thing I'll add is, definitely I think, there's I think there's definitely rationale for sure in terms of making sure that everyone here is comfortable with the makeup of the peers, especially in that U.S. and Canadian pension fund group. But I think it is important to realize that, and I'm sure McLaughlin can fill in more details, they've already probably taken a very disciplined approach in terms of having some solid rationale in terms of external versus internally managed, different size assets groups. So to Brad's point, I think a little bit to Teresa's point, I think there's definitely, let's get the group and make sure everyone's comfortable with it. But I think, it's not going to drastically, I don't think, change the numbers. So we wouldn't, again, want to delay things too much further. And I think there's still, valid reasons for coming forth and saying, here's how we can fill some of these gaps that we're seeing, and do it in a way that, realizing, I think, all of us that, the data is not going to change all that much. Let's make sure we're comfortable with the peer group, but let's not allow it to just sort of stall the process too much longer. That would be sort of my recommendation.
Thank you. Ms. Walker? Sorry, Ms. Walker. Very good.
Too many buttons, thank you. I heard something a little different, so I want to make sure, Raina, that I'm hearing, or maybe I've read into what I heard you say. But what I took from what you said is that this hasn't been looked at since 2013, or whatever the date was. And so do we have an established thing that we refresh the list, right? Is it every 5 years? I don't know what the right thing is. And that's what I heard her asking, as opposed to let's delay something. And I think that that's the right thing. Why wouldn't we have it on? It should not be something that stays forever, right?
Yeah, so it's not in the policy. The policy just speak to doing salary surveys typically on every 2-year basis. It doesn't get into the granularity of Ms. Arena's comment. So,
but maybe it should.
No, agreed. So I'm just saying that doesn't exist today at the moment.
Right.
So.
And I will say I think there's mixed practice in terms of the other funds that we work with. Some very much have the details of here are the exact sort of pension funds and that we compare to, and others are more comfortable with, the approach that you've taken so far in terms of the policy, which says we're going to look at, leading funds and then working with your consultants to make sure that, you're comfortable with that list, but they don't necessarily get into the details of these are the exact peers. So I wouldn't say that what you're doing is the wrong thing that you're doing right now, but there's definitely examples out there where you could get a little more granular as well. It really comes down to what does this committee ultimately, what are you most comfortable with moving forward, and then we can obviously work with staff to update the policy accordingly.
So I have a question about that. I just want to understand this. So the thought is to review these peer groups after, not right now, but in a future setting. Is that correct? Is that my understanding?
Well, today's information item is to review the data to provide a summary of GGA's initial recommendations. Then the plan was to return in April with an action item from GGA. And I think I heard GGA propose that we proceed with that and then also look to add in the granularity, as Mr. Hoffner said, in the policy, sort of prescribing the composition of the third, working with McLaughlin and GGA.
I see now.
Yeah, and we would definitely, so in between, I guess now and April, we would also solicit feedback from the committee on what you think that criteria should look like, so that if there are any major tweaks to, running some data, we can obviously provide that sort of updated data at the April meeting as well, when we're coming forward with a recommendation. So we would try to definitely work with the committee members to make sure we get your views on what should be in, what shouldn't be in, as part of that process to keep sort of things moving along smoothly. So definitely, it's not in a vacuum. We want to make sure we get feedback from each of the committee members and get your thoughts on this.
I would appreciate that. I think that would be a good approach. It's a very good, as long as we're moving forward with respect to this.
And in addition, I guess, as a continuation of our work on the compensation policy, we would definitely work with Ms. Ortega and Ms. Walker and take your advice. and better define within the policy itself what's the criteria, but also the process timeline. So what is an appropriate time period? Is it 3, 5, 7 years? We don't know, but we would solicit your feedback on that, and we'll make sure that it's appropriately identified within the policy going forward.
And I would say probably as a market sort of typical practice, you probably would get into the habit of just reviewing that group, every time you run the survey. So every 2 years or so, just make sure that the committee, the board is comfortable with the list. Obviously, if you're doing it within a 2-year period, you're probably not going to see monumental swings in the makeup of those peers, depending on the criteria, of course. But it's probably a good practice to get into, that every time you run a survey like this, you're trying to make sure that everyone's comfortable with that list beforehand, so that there's clarity from a McLaughlin and staff's perspective on how you want to move forward. But again, I hate to say it depends. Some organizations do review these things at a little bit less often approach. So it's up to this committee, but I would say typical practice is to do it every time you're running sort of a benchmarking exercise.
Thank you very much. Ms. Smollett?
Thank you so much. Thank you for the presentations. I really appreciated the information in such a digestible format. And I think to my colleagues' points, I understand, I think we're kind of having various steps here and they're all getting kind of jumbled together, but I think I would be in favor of one, reviewing the policy broadly. How often are we doing the reviews? How often are we updating the list? And then two, you mentioned that the other organizations that were included were based on a criteria. And so in order to update the organizations, we have to look at this criteria. I'd really be interested in knowing what criteria was then used this time, before we even go into, do we need to update it or not? And I think that kind of gets to the idea of a little more digging into what's behind the scenes. And then also looking at knowing what the criteria is. These may just be fine comparisons, right? Absolutely, but I think knowing the criteria being used kind of gets to the question as well. And I'd be in favor of doing that, bringing that back before April to the committee, or by April.
Thank you, Ms. Willett. I'm going to go down to Ms. Milton.
Thank you. We've had a number of conversations over many years on this subject, and this board has tried incredibly hard to create an incentive package that works. And every time we approach this, we seem to make it more complicated, more difficult. And as I look out in the audience, as these conversations go, I look at our critical members of our executive staff having faces that keep dropping in terms of their facial expressions while they try not to give any. What we have is the most important public pension organization in North America, and a number of key executives who should be the very best in North America and compensated as the very best in North America. And I don't think we're doing that today. I'll work with my colleagues in any direction we want to go. But I believe we should pull out our CEO, our CFO, our COO, our general counsel, our chief actuary, and our chief health officer, and pay them the salary that they deserve, and identify what that salary is, and focus on an incentive program for the investment office alone and no one else. And when we get the incentive program for the investment office correct, and we are proud of what we have done, then and only then may it be appropriate for us to look at some of the other positions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Milton. Is there any other discussion on this item? So I would like to bring.
Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
Pardon me, Mr. Chair. GGA does still have a summary of the
Oh,
recommendations.
sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, go right ahead. I apologize.
Just to clarify, these are observations, so we're not coming forward with any recommendations at this time, but it's just observations when looking at the data. We can just move to the first slide, please. I think this is the back of the slide deck.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Brad Kelly, Global Governance Advisors. This is our item now. Before we get started, again, we would like to recognize and congratulate all the members of this committee, this newly constituted committee, and express that we're looking forward to working with you in the coming year. So thank you. And again, this is just our immediate observations from the revised McLaughlin data. We have this slide up front here just to remind the committee of the process through which we went through to get to this point. We have done a number of data cuts so far, and so that led us to the workshop that we had in November, which was part of our policy review, where we tried to distill and had an open dialogue about the composition of the peer group. And there was an agreement on the 2/3, 1/3 split. So we took a more kind of objective split within terms of the peer group. The 2/3 in public sector for the executive positions comprise both government agencies and public pensions, and the 1/3 is just private institutions. And for the investment roles within that fall under the policy, the 2/3 were strictly just the public pensions, and the 1/3 were private agencies. So again, the data that McLaughlin just ran took this more prescriptive methodology, the weighted methodology that this committee and the board had approved in November, and that led us to the initial observations that we will walk you through today.
So key findings, and we wanted to try and highlight this as clearly as we could for the committee in this table that you see here on page 4, and it sort of puts it into those 3 buckets. So salary, total cash, which is salary plus that annual incentive, and then total compensation, which is salary, annual incentive, and that long-term incentive piece. And what you'll see, both for the executive management team and for the investment management team, is overall, while there's some adjustments that need to be made, salaries are not too far off for the most part. The biggest gap that has arisen, and this is the same as what we observed last year when we ran, when McLaughlin ran the data last time, is the biggest gap being on the at-risk incentive side of the equation. And so that is, again, that annual incentive, that long-term incentive that are tied to total fund results, and then on the annual side, some other whether it's membership satisfaction, cost initiatives, individual assessments, that type of thing. That is where the biggest gap right now at CalPERS is. And our understanding is the incentive ranges that were put into place were put in several years ago now, at least 3, 4, 5 years ago. And since then, what we can say through all the work we've done in the pension fund space is more and more pension funds are getting more and more comfortable in offering incentive, or what I'll call at-risk incentive pay, meaning you have to perform. If you don't perform, you don't get the full payout. And they're becoming more and more comfortable, and so you're seeing more and more of them either adopting incentive pay or increasing the opportunity levels that someone can earn through incentives. And so, by not making adjustments to, I believe, for executive staff, it's around 27% of target. For investment staff, it's a little bit, a fair bit higher than that. But by not making those adjustments over the last 3, 4, 5 years, that's the biggest area where the gaps have started to arise. And that is something that, we've observed. We observed it last year, and we observe it again this year. And, we'll definitely, based on the discussions today, we can go back, make some tweaks to the peer group, make sure everyone's comfortable with the methodology. But in our professional opinion, it isn't going to necessarily change these observations or these gaps all that materially. And so it's something that I think this committee and board just needs to look at and agree that there is a gap. And then definitely we can come forward. And what we will do, based of course on committee direction, is we can provide you with different alternatives for how you can close that gap, and then come forth and say, okay, of these 2 or 3, this is our recommended approach that we think will work best for you and your situation. And, I think that's something that, I think that this committee could find quite helpful, is understanding what are, if we all acknowledge there is a gap, how do we best address that gap? We definitely have our views, and, our view generally is, let's make sure the salaries are competitive. So we'll make some adjustments to make sure the salaries are just, but that the lion's share of those, potential increases in pay are in the at-risk incentive pay, meaning that in order for people to earn that pay, they need to perform and generate, the returns that you as a board and that plan members are looking for, and also, doing a good job on the executive staff team in terms of member satisfaction, customer client engagement, all those types of things, making sure that they are generating the value add and the value that you as a board expect from them. And so that's really, to sort of surmise what, the observations are coming out of this, that is the biggest takeaway. The gap is largely due to lower than market at-risk incentive pay, both on the annual incentive side, but also longer-term incentive. And if you recall, that longer-term incentive is looking at 5-year total fund results and making sure that you are meeting or exceeding that required rate of return, that 6.8%, or historically that's 7% on an annualized basis that you're looking for. And if CalPERS doesn't generate that over a 5-year period, then it's at risk, and it has the potential to not be earned at all. So that's where this gap is coming from. We've obviously highlighted on a couple of the slides in red boxes the largest gaps that we see for some of the roles. But if, to take all of this and sort of boil it down into key themes, the majority of that gap to market is coming from a less than competitive at-risk incentive opportunity level that people are seeing. So again, looking forward, assuming we look to come forth in April with some recommendations on how to fill that gap, and we'll be most likely coming forth with recommendations that will be tied to at-risk incentive pay that you as a board are only approving, and the staff is only approving if results are achieved by individuals and by the total fund as a whole. So maybe with that, I'll just open it up for any questions that this committee might have.
Thank you. Ms. Walker? Oh, I'll do it again. Just.
All right, so pardon my ignorance on this. I got a lot of questions. Not a lot, but observations. So I do want to say my first observation that I said about refreshing and looking at the list, that was looking forward, not for what we're doing now, right? And then my other question is, how often do we look at this? Because I thought I heard you say that, funds change how they do things, right? And so it's been a while since we've looked at it, so that has not been taken into consideration. And I just think there's something wrong with not having it on a regular schedule to look at, again, whether that's 3 years, 5 years, or whatever, but I don't think we should set something and then just think it's okay.
So, we've put into the policy now that these kind of surveys be done every 2 years as part of the policy. I think there have been periodic surveys done, like we did work with the committee last year on a survey, and it's been more of, rightly or wrongly, the committee deciding at that time not to make any monumental, like bigger material changes. So there hasn't really been changes to the incentive opportunity levels in at least, again, 3 to 4 years, I think, since you put in a long-term incentive plan, which was before we were the advisors here. So I think that, that is something that once I think we get, the committee has agreement on, here are the peers, here's the weighting on those peers, and we'll obviously work to get that more refined here in the next couple of months. Then I think there's, some decisions that the committee will then have to make to say, we agree on the peer group, we agree on the makeup of the peers. If we still observe a gap, which again, we're going to estimate that you will still see a pretty sizable gap, how do we want to then fill those gaps? We need to, move on this to make sure that we are able to attract, retain, and bring in the talent that you need. But yeah, it's definitely something that you have done these periodic surveys. It's just, you haven't always maybe made
kick the can
decisions.
down the road.
Kick the can down the road.
And that is not effective at all for anybody.
Are there any more questions from the committee? I see none. I'd like to, as the chair, I'd like to make some comments about this. Today's Performance and Compensation and Talent Management Committee has been a very robust discussion. And I'll say, I think we've had a lot of input from all the members and so forth on the McLaughlin data for the executives and the investment management positions. Moreover, I do appreciate the committees, our global governance advisors, providing us, reviewing the data and assisting us in determining, assisting us in our initial analysis of the data and determining next steps. I see the compensation conversation regarding these statutory positions as not only a local matter, but also a global recruitment issue as we look to add more active risk to our portfolio. The recommendation on the compensation ranges for the executives and the investment management positions would provide the committee and its members with another tool in our toolkit, not only to fulfill our fiduciary responsibilities as board members, but also in fine-tuning our strategy for retention and recruitment of key executives and investment managers with the right domain expertise for the long run. I think I appreciate the input and the dialogue, and I feel that is to move this forward in direction. So I would like to go back to staff, and what is our next steps here?
Mr. Chair, I do have that you have directed GGA to have conversations between now and April, solicit feedback from the board on particular aspects of what they'd like to see in advance of that April presentation. I heard discussion on whether or not those conversations needed to be completed by the April recommendations or just be happening and then could occur thereafter. And then I also heard direction to put into policy an ongoing refreshed look at the composition of the 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 groups to sort of institutionalize that in our current policy.
Also, there's issue.
There were some other, so I also heard, and this is maybe the sort of summary committee direction, sort of
yes,
the bring back, and Mr. Ortega asked to bring back some language that we could put into the policy. So April would make sense as an amendment to the overall incentive compensation and executive management policy related to the salary survey statement that was made. So we've got the language for that. We could bring that back with any additional changes that would be forthcoming, which I believe was sort of something that GGA had on their calendar anyway, any other modifications. So that would be on the list as well. And then Michelle Tucker covered the pension peer group review of the 1/3, 1/3. So that was the two main things. Heard some other discussion, but I didn't really get that as direct committee direction at that point. But
I think the committee direction with respect to Ms. Walker's comment about, and Ms. Walker, can you just elaborate? That was.
No, I think we've captured that. That's what.
just
Sorry,
comment,
Michelle Tucker led off with that one, so we kind of did reverse order.
We'll move forward.
We
with
went
respect to
yes on a
Started
perspective.
at the end.
Reviewing the groups that are in there, a timing by which that would be a discussion between the board and the consultants related to the multiple years, 3, 5, 7, whatever it would be for review.
A review, yes, exactly. And that's
But that
the
would
other-
be, I think, something for a conversation with global governance advisors, right? As they're providing some recommendations or feedback, given their expertise in that space.
And as I recall, there wasn't. You said even there would be no real material change, right? That's my understanding based on your experience in this area.
Yeah, we wouldn't expect it to dramatically impact, especially at the median, sort of that midpoint, which is what you're targeting. We wouldn't expect it to change much. So yeah, I mean, we had heard, I think there was, a need to come back with some recommendations on how we might fill some of the gaps alongside of some of the other pieces that I think Mr. Hoffner and Ms. Tucker were talking about. So we'll definitely come forth with recommendations in terms of how we might fill some of these gaps as well as part of that April discussion.
I concur. Thank you. I think since this is, yes, now I'd like to go to public comments, and we have one individual for public comment. For in the audience, Mr. Darby. Sorry, Mr. Darby. Mr. Darby, can you please recognize yourself for the record? And as you start, the clock will begin.
Mr. Chair and committee members, Al Darby, Vice President of Retired Public Employees Association. I have a question to start with, and maybe it's rhetorical, but there's a dearth of private sector pension funds anymore, defined benefit pension funds. So who would you be, questioning in this survey, in this peer group survey? Because I know of very few large public sector pension funds. So much for that. In our view, it is very questionable to include private sector compensation as a peer group in this, comparing it to any public pension fund, because obviously the situation in private industry is that pay is the biggest factor in whatever they do, because the job, the tenure of a job is usually limited, and so the most important factor is what pay do they come in with, as opposed to public sector employees who, are employees who traditionally are looking at the job as a career and the retirement and so forth that comes with public sector jobs. So it's very questionable why you would include private sector folks who are in private sector or administering private sector pension funds in this mix of what you're looking at in terms of peer pay. So I would certainly question including private sector pension fund folks, if there are any left, in this whole picture here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Darby. Are there any other requests on phone? Okay. So,
Mr. Chair, no calls on the phone.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So I think seeing no other requests, and speaking regarding this meeting, is there any other items from staff?
No, Mr. Chair, we have your action items, so nothing further.
Thank you. Seeing no other requests to speak in this meeting, I have this meeting adjourned. Oh, sorry. Sorry, excuse me, I'm so sorry. We will start the Finance and Administration at 1 p.m. Excuse me.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call to order the Finance and Administration Committee meeting. The first order of business is the roll call.
Lisa Middleton,
Present.
David Miller,
Here.
Frank Rufino for Fiona Ma,
Present.
Jose Luis Pacheco,
Present.
Ramon Rubalcaba,
Present.
Teresa Taylor, Yvonne Walker.
Thank you. Next item on our agenda is the election of the Finance and Administration Committee Chair and Vice Chair. And for that, I'd like to ceremoniously turn the gavel over to our Vice Chair, David Miller.
Okay. Got a gavel. There it is. Okay, I'm all set. I've got a gavel and a microphone. At this time, we'll be doing the election for the chair and vice chair, and we'll start with the chair. And I will take this opportunity to nominate Lisa Middleton for chair of Finance and Administration. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? And for a third time, are there any other nominations? Okay, seeing no other nominations, I will call for a question. Can I have a second? Seconded. Go ahead. Okay, seconded by Director Taylor. So at this point, any discussion? Okay, I'll call for the question, and we'll do this by roll call.
David Miller,
Aye.
Frank Rufino for Fiona Ma,
Aye.
Jose Luis Pacheco,
Aye.
Ramon Rubalcaba,
Aye.
Teresa Taylor, Yvonne Walker.
Okay, the ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Congratulations, Director Middleton. And I will ceremoniously pass the gavel back to its rightful wielder.
All right, thank you very much. Next item on our agenda is the election of a vice chair, and I would like to nominate David Miller to be vice chair. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? And lastly, are there any other nominations? Seeing none, do we have a second? Mr. Rubalcaba, with that, roll call, please.
David Miller,
Aye.
Frank Rufino for Fiona Ma,
Aye.
Jose Luis Pacheco,
Aye.
Ramon Rubalcaba, Teresa Taylor, Yvonne Walker.
The ayes do appear to have it, and congratulations to Mr. Miller. Our next item is the executive report, and Ms. Nix.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. Michelle Nix, CalPERS Acting CFO. The agenda before you today has one action item for your consideration. This item seeks your approval to terminate the Samoa Peninsula Fire Protection District agency contract. In addition, we will review the 2022 CalPERS Board of Administration election results for the state, school, and retired member seats. The next Finance and Administration Committee meeting is scheduled for April 2023 here in Sacramento. The April agenda will include the 23-24 annual budget proposal, the annual review of the board member employer reimbursements, state and school valuation and employer-employee contribution rates, the long-term care valuation report, and the semi-annual health plan financial report. Thank you, Madam Chair, and this concludes my report. I'm pleased to take questions if you have them at this time.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Nix? Seeing none, we will move on to item 4A through E, and I did not receive any request to pull any of these items. It is an action consent item. It's been moved and seconded, and I believe all of our members are here present, so I do not believe we need to do a roll call vote. So all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? It is approved. Next is item 5A through D, and again, no one has requested that any of these items be pulled. Is there a motion to approve? Moved approval. Motion by Mr. Miller, second by Ms. Taylor. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That is approved. We next move to item 6A, which is an action agenda item. And I will note before we begin that before we take a vote on this, I will make certain that if there is any public comment, that we have received those public comments before we vote. With that, Ms. Nix, could you give us a report, please?
Certainly, I'll wait for the PowerPoint to come up. It's loading, I'm sure. Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Michelle Nix, CalPERS acting CFO. We are here this afternoon to present this action item 6A, the Samoa Peninsula Fire Protection District recommended termination of the agency contract. Just want to give you a little background on this item, because I think it's important to know all the different changes that occurred during the course of this contract. So I'm going to just kind of go off my notes, but the slide will also have it up there. Originally, CalPERS contracted with the Fairhaven Fire Protection District in 1970. The Fairhaven Fire Protection District was renamed the Samoa Peninsula Fire Protection District in 1993 and renamed again in 2017 to become the Peninsula Community Service District. In 2001, the Samoa Peninsula Fire Protection District became all volunteers and no longer had active members that reported their payroll to CalPERS. This district first became delinquent in January 2020. In March 2020, CalPERS agreed to a payment arrangement to assist the district's reorganization to mitigate involuntary termination due to default. In May 2021, CalPERS extended the payment schedule to allow additional time to complete its reorganization before paying off its outstanding unfunded accrued liability by December 31st, 2022. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. CalPERS agreed to the extension of this payment based upon the district's projections that presented a positive tax-based revenue that could be used to pay off the UAL. The district stopped paying CalPERS in 2022, November. This brings us to today, where the district owes us $363,789 for the amount in arrears. So my next slide is, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the collection efforts and the things that CalPERS has done to try to help keep this from being terminated. So we started off, as I said before, with 2 payment arrangements that spanned over the course of 3 years, starting in March 2020, to allow the district to have time to formulate and generate revenue streams to continue payment of the liabilities assumed from the reorganization of the Samoa Peninsula Fire Protection District. Frequent phone calls and email communications were made with the Community Service District to communicate the importance of the timely payments, which resulted in payment arrangements increasing from $1,000 to $1,500 in July of 2021. Collection letters and notifications were sent both to the Peninsula Community Service District and affected members in September 2022, November 2022, and December 2022. Notifications were also sent to the County of Humboldt 4th District Supervisor and the Executive Officer of Humboldt County Local Agency Formation Commission. We additionally briefed Assemblymember Jim Wood's office of the California 2nd Assembly District on this matter, and we held virtual meetings and sent a letter to the General Counsel for the Peninsula Community Services District. Staff communicated with Capital Connection, who are the legislative representatives for the California professional firefighters, and provided names so that they can cross-reference their database to see if any of their members are listed as receiving benefits. We virtually met with Senator Majority Leader Mike McGuire's staff to identify the issues and to discuss potential ways to satisfy the amount in arrears to avoid this potential termination. We also participated in virtual meetings and phone calls with a representative from Rennie Public Law Group and a senior consulting actuary from Foster & Foster. These were both recommended by the district to discuss potential ways. We had these meetings to discuss potential ways to satisfy the amount in arrears to avoid this potential termination. These discussions were held as recently as February 2022. As of today, we have not received any further payments from the district, and CalPERS team has exhausted all of their efforts to collect the amount owed by the district. Staff is recommending termination of the agency's contract, which, if approved, will be effective April 15, 2023. Since this is a contract that is specific to Samoa Peninsula Fire Protection District, I want to make sure that you know that there's no effect on CalPERS benefits for any other state agencies and entities that have contracts with CalPERS. This slide just reminds you of the authority you have to terminate the contract and declare the agency in default. Okay, slide 5 shows the termination cost and the impacted retirees and beneficiaries. There are 5 retirees and 4 beneficiaries of the beneficiaries of retirees that will be impacted. The dollar amounts of the reductions range from $35 to about a little over $3,000 per month. The average benefit will be reduced 90.5%, and it will be effective in April if approved. Lastly, this slide just gives you a brief timeline of all the things that I rattled off earlier. I think it shows that CalPERS has done as much as we possibly can at this point to be able to avoid this termination. I'm happy at this time to take any questions if you have them.
Let me begin with just a couple of questions. The 5 retirees and the 4 beneficiaries, have they been notified of this pending action?
Yes, they have. We sent them a notice, I believe it was starting in September. Did they get one in September? Oh, there we go. It's right up there. Yes, they were notified in September. They were also notified by phone. We called them all, and we even called them last week to make sure that they were aware of this. So they've been made aware.
And their reactions, comments to you have been what?
Oh, it hasn't. It's ranged. I mean, depending on the beneficiary or the retiree, just obviously concern. But many of them have other CalPERS benefits as well, so this does not impact that at all. So it's just the Samoa piece that's impacting their benefits.
And the many comments and questions that you've raised with other stakeholders, from members of the legislature to the county supervisors, did any of them help in bringing a resolution to this matter?
No, we had some potential hope there in January because I believe that Senator McGuire's office, I think it was Senator McGuire's office, helped kind of broker a deal with a developer up there that's working on some projects, who has obviously interest in having a strong fire protection district ongoing. So I believe they were able to get a loan, and I don't know if this is, I mean, I haven't seen it in their bank account, but I was told that they received a loan of $300,000 in January.
All right, thank you. We have some other questions. Mr. Miller? All right.
There it is. It's trying. Yeah, thank you for this report. I mean, this is kind of the nightmare, we have on behalf of constituents. I mean, it's enough to almost make you physically ill to think that someone is going to have a 90+% reduction in benefits that they have earned serving the public, sometimes in a dangerous capacity. And I'm just hoping that if there is any other legal recourse for these members, if there's any way we can help them, it's just a very, it's beyond pathetic. It's just very disturbing, and I hope that we're really looking at root causes and thinking about a path forward that prevents this kind of thing from ever happening again. It's just the most unacceptable of outcomes. That's it.
Mr. Pacheco, you're next as soon as I can get your mic to work.
Okay.
There we go.
Thank you. Chair Middleton, and congratulations on your chairmanship again, as well as Mr. Miller's vice chairmanship. So my question is more of a kind of like backtrack on the page number 2 on the background. So I noticed that in 2017, the SPFFD began their reorganization process to become the Peninsula Community Service District. And between that year and until January of 2020, they, from my understanding, I just want to be clear, there was no problems at that time, right? Were there any issues?
No, they didn't become delinquent until 2020.
Okay. Was there any, this is just as a learning process to understand this, so we don't have this, we could learn from this and not have this happen again. Are there any systems in place for us to identify any issues that would come up? Like be like a doctor looking for preventive care, but for us looking for something to before it happens and see if we can address it. Are there anything like that?
Right. Yes, I think that first of all, you can see from all the different name changes that they reorganized many times. So this is a completely different agency than what we originally contracted with. But when we contract with an agency, we do our due diligence and look at their financials and make sure that they can afford to be brought on as a CalPERS employee. And then throughout their agency life with us, we make sure that they stay current. And if they don't, we make sure we contact them and explain what will happen if they don't, and the severity really of not paying the benefit on time and making your normal payments and getting behind. So we do all of that with them, and we also weekly take a look at anything that's delinquent and make sure that we're following up on it. And so I get a report, and we do that every week.
I see. And so I see. So it was as we were reviewing the process, the reorganization process, we went through a due diligence process of evaluating their financials and seeing if it was okay.
Yeah.
But then regardless of all that, they still have some.
Right. That's why we started the payment process with them, because we were told that they would get some revenue streams in 2 to 3 years, and we wanted to make sure that we gave them time to get that in place so that they could make the payment pick up and go forward.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Right. Are there any other questions from the dais? Seeing none, are there any public comments on this issue? There being no public comments, we will move forward. This is something that is one of the hardest decisions for any of us to take and make. We hate to have our members who, through no fault of their own, lose any portion of the pension that they earned through their hard work. And I want to congratulate staff for their work and thank them for the many hours that went into trying to avoid us coming to the conclusion that I'm afraid we are going to have to come to today when it comes to the Samoa Peninsula Fire Protection District. But I can take that vote satisfied that I believe our team has done everything that is possible to avoid us getting to the place that we are today. So with that, are there any further comments, or if not, is there a motion?
Madam President, we do have one call that is coming through right now on the public comment line if you wish to wait just a few seconds as we process them.
All right, thank you.
One moment, please.
NICO.
All right, we do have a call on the line. Caller, please identify yourself and go ahead.
My name is Troy Nicolini. I'm the board of the president of the Peninsula Community Services District, which is the successor agency to the Samoa Peninsula Fire Department. We've actually sort of given up on trying to convince your staff to not cancel their contract with us, so we're not here to really contest that. But it's important that you have a clear picture of what it took to get us to this feeling we have today. And I also want to mention that we are intending to continue to pay our retirees benefits outside of the CalPERS contract. And you did have a nice summary of our reorganization. I'm not sure where the notion comes from that we've changed our names a bunch of times. We went from the Samoa Peninsula Fire District to the Peninsula Community Services District. Those are only two names. And, you know, our revenue projections were delayed because all of our projects are in the coastal zone. But I think what wasn't shared with you is that those economic development projects now are materializing. They're being built on the ground now, and our revenue is going to increase significantly in time to, again, make our full CalPERS payment. And then we did raise $500,000 to bridge from today to that point at 2025 when our revenue would go up. And that money actually did come from, much of it came from a private developer because they believe in what we're doing and they see the economic development opportunities that are happening. And they're significant, and our revenue is going to go up significant. In fact, the revenue will be more than adequate to cover our CalPERS obligation by 2025. But the thing is that we tried really hard to work with your staff, and they've been great. I don't fault any individual staff member in CalPERS. I feel like the system's not geared to a small district like ours that's struggling under essentially bankruptcy to try and cover our CalPERS obligation. And we've gone to extreme measures to try and ensure that we could continue to make that payment over the years. And I just, you know, I feel like even with $500,000 asking to try and bridge us to 2025, they couldn't get us there. So, and I know it's a different story than you're hearing from your staff, but I'll just share with you that every objective third party that's gotten involved in this, including McGuire's office, has concluded that we are doing everything we can. We're going to extraordinary measures to try and make this work for our retirees. But it's actually CalPERS staff that just do not seem willing to find a solution to move forward. And I just think that's really unfortunate. But again, I don't want to fault the staff. I feel like it's the systems in place that are not flexible, not the staff. The staff's been wonderful. And I just want to mention this in closing. I mean, I don't know if you're concerned about the optics of all of this cancellation at all, but you know, the loss of retirements for 9 firefighters is a great tragedy. And you know, it's just not the case where you can declare that it's our fault from being negligent and not paying our bills. That's just not the case. And again, no objective third party would find that way. Our perspective tells a very different story than you're hearing today. I shared that story with some of you through your LinkedIn accounts. I hope you get a chance to look at it. And I'll tell you, 90% of what I shared with you is actually specifically what was asked for as far as what can be done in the future to avoid this situation happening again. So it's 90% constructive. There is a way forward if this cancellation wants to be paused, but I think in the future scenarios where CalPERS burden is going to literally take a small district into bankruptcy, a third-party mediator should be brought in.
and no fault of mine or CalPERS staff, but I think issues of trust and credibility crept up. And frankly, that's just what happens when you're facing bankruptcy. I even heard it mentioned, not sure if the money's in our bank account. I could show you the bank account. We have the $300,000 in our bank account today. So, but that's an issue of trust and credibility, and I think that just comes from the stress of the situation. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. That's all I have.
All right. Thank you, sir. Are there any other public comments, either in person or on the phone? Then we are back to...
No more calls on the phone.
Kelly?
No, there are no further public callers.
All right, thank you. I think we had Ms. Taylor. And is there a second?
Second.
All right. And is this a roll call vote, I believe? Yes. All right. Roll call, please.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, can I interject before you take the vote? Troy mentioned, the caller just mentioned that he had $300,000 in his bank account and $200 to help. If he'd be willing, is he willing to give that money to us today? I mean, that would definitely help not terminate this contract. I don't know if you want to bring that up out loud, but I just did, so.
Ms. Walker?
There you go.
So since he's off the phone, right, and we'd have to call him back to see if they can do it now, I feel like it's worth it to make that call before we take this vote. I mean,
I will tell you that if you do delay it, that it just reduces the benefits more because it eats into their reserves. So the longer you delay this decision.
Michelle, I think we could check with council, but we may be able to delay this meeting in order for you to go make a phone call based on what the gentleman just offered.
Oh, that would be good.
That is not,
what they
that's
said.
new information, that they have that money available to give us today.
I would feel more comfortable if we were able to do that.
Want to just withdraw the motion pending the answer? You made the motion.
I'm going to let council finish his conferral. One of the questions, I will have a question for council.
Yeah.
I have a question for Mr. Jacobs. Would it be possible for us to move forward with a conditional vote that would allow time for Ms. Nix and staff to continue these negotiations, but if they fail by some date certain, that an action of the board would go into effect?
Yes, that is certainly an option. Another option is simply that since this is a committee, what you're doing here today is making a recommendation to the full board. The full board will hear that tomorrow. So that would also enable Ms. Nix time to make the phone call and see if the money can be wired in today or before the board meeting tomorrow, in which case you could not go forward with this action. But so you've got the option of either making it conditional, as you proposed and Ms. Taylor proposed, or going through with the vote, but then seeing whether we've got a development and have Ms. Nix back here for to report on that at the same time that the FAC reports to the full board.
Right. Is that it? I see Mr. Miller and then Ms. Taylor wanting to comment.
Yeah, I think Chief Counsel has answered that question. I also thought perhaps just with the maker of the motion could withdraw that motion pending, an answer as well. Yeah. So, yep, it does it for me.
Right. Ms.
First.
Ms. Taylor?
I just want to make sure, the collector in me wants to make sure that the money's in the account before we vote on this, okay? Or we, however we conditionalize the vote, right? That, we've been through this. It looks like we've been through a lot of this, right? And they made a promise several times to have this money, and then they didn't. So if they can wire it today, then we can vote on it tomorrow, or we can conditionalize the vote for negotiations for 30 days. I don't know.
I wouldn't give that much lead time.
1 week?
Right. The caller just made an offer that was not on the table even a week ago, and Michelle and team and Michael Cohen were all trying to work this with the senator's office, with their outside law firm, their outside actuarial firm. We were expecting that money to come in by a date certain. It did not. And so the offer today that there is money available to pay off this obligation and to keep them on track to the 2025, of course, we're open to that. We do not want to impact the members' benefits. That's
So
the last option.
let's withdraw this and then vote on it at full board. What does that sound like?
Well, the formality of it would be, you would vote on it today as a recommendation to the board.
To the board, okay.
But then the board would take it up tomorrow.
Yeah.
And Ms. Nix could update us at that time.
Yeah.
Okay, so
And
we
that should
keep
be
the
plenty of
motion in
time
place.
for Michelle to get this worked out.
So if I understand the will of the committee, and we will take a vote on this, it's to make a recommendation to the board, but allow over the course of the next 24 hours for conversation to take place between our staff and the Samoa Fire District. And if those are successful, then the full board in acting tomorrow may come to a different conclusion.
Correct, so we still need to take the vote on the motion I made.
We do. So would you like to repeat your motion?
Make my motion again? So I'd like to recommend supporting the recommended action from staff on agenda item 6A.
Still second it.
All right. Roll call, please.
David Miller,
Aye.
Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma,
Aye.
Jose Luis Pacheco,
Aye.
Ramon Rubalcaba,
Aye.
Teresa Taylor,
Aye.
Yvonne Walker.
Aye.
Great, thank you. Matters, okay. Matter, Mr. Jacobs?
You do need, just as a formality, you do need to make sure, or just announce that it was passed.
All right. Measure is passed and approved, and we will hope that we have a change in plans by tomorrow. But if not, we will move. We have the ability to move forward. All right, thank you. With that, we will move on to agenda item number 7, which is an information item. And for that, we'll ask Mr. Stone to come up and talk to us about the recent elections.
Good afternoon, members of the Finance and Administration Committee. Dallas Stone, CalPERS team member. This is an information item on the results of the 2022 state, school, and special retired member election. Teresa Taylor was reelected unopposed to the state member seat, and Kevin Palkey was elected unopposed to the state school member seat on the CalPERS board. The term of office for both seats began on January 16, 2023, and end on January 15, 2027. The special retired member primary election didn't have a candidate with the majority vote, and therefore we had to conduct a runoff election. In the runoff, Yvonne Walker was elected with 56.90% of the votes. The term of office for this seat began immediately upon certification of the official election results by the Secretary of State on December 21st, 2022, and ends on January 15th, 2028. Congratulations to Ms. Taylor, Mr. Palkey, and Ms. Walker. Since the state and school member seats ran unopposed, there are no election results to share. The following is a summary of the results of the special retired member primary and runoff elections. Voter turnout for the primary election was 17.21%, and the runoff election was 17.51%. This is a slight decrease from the 2019 retired member primary election, which had a voter turnout of 19.7%. We continue to partner with the Office of Public Affairs and Stakeholder Relations to increase voter awareness and participation. A number of those outreach efforts included candidate statement videos, toolkits for retiree stakeholder organizations, press releases, social media messages through Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Instagram. We also hosted a virtual candidate forum for the primary election, streaming it live and placing on the CalPERS website for future viewing. Attachment 1 provides a breakdown on voter participation demographics in the primary election by gender, age group, voting method, and top 10 cities. Attachment 2 provides the same information, but for the runoff election. There were 656,151 retirees eligible to vote for the primary election. Voter participation by voting stream in the primary election was as follows. For mail-in votes, they made up 76.03% of the total. Online votes made up 20.75%, and telephone votes made up of 3.23%. For the runoff election, there were 661,033 retirees eligible to vote, and voting participation was by streams as follows. For mail-in votes, it was 76.42%. Online votes made up 19.84%, and telephone votes made up 3.74%. Attachment 3 and 4 provide a breakdown on voter outreach statistics for the primary and runoff elections. Attachment 5 provides the cost summary for the primary and runoff elections. The total cost to conduct the primary election was $1.6 million and includes the production and mailing costs of the notice of elections for retirees. The cost per eligible voter was $2.44. The cost based on the number of votes submitted that were received was $14.20. The total cost to conduct the runoff election was $889,000. The cost per eligible voter was $1.35. The cost based on the number of votes submitted received was $7.68. I wanted to add one last comment that we'll be back in April to present the trends in voter participation and a cost analysis of this election cycle, along with some options for the board to consider adopting in the next election cycle. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you have at this time. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Mr. Stone? I see none. This was an information item. We will move on to item 7B, which is summary of committee direction. Oh, excuse me, Ms. Taylor.
Yeah, there we go. I know. I'm trying to figure out, we got a lot of information here, but I'm wondering if we can get kind of a breakdown of voting statistics, like who voted already, right, as the reports go in, right? We know who, we don't need to know what they voted, right? But we do know when the election's going on, who already voted. And I think, like we do that for actual voting, right? So I've been a precinct captain, and you get the names almost, you know, immediately when it's the day of voting, but you also get them as you're working throughout the campaign season. So I'm wondering if we could get that. I know the information is available, but can that be given to campaigns or at least given to us as CalPERS?
I know that our vendor integrity voting systems, that, like you said, Ms. Taylor, does collect that data. They know when a voter did vote and by what channel. We could ask our vendor to provide us that data field, and we could make that available for, I guess, the general public or whoever's interested in that for
Or whoever asks or
campaign
whatever.
purposes.
So do we need to change something? Like, is that something we would bring up in the new rules, or it doesn't matter?
There's nothing in our regulations that dictate that information. It would just be a process change for us and something that we would request from our vendor who administers the elections on our behalf.
Okay, could I make that request? That would be awesome if we can do that.
Certainly.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments? Miss Walker, thank you.
Is there a possibility of CalPERS having the ability to, or our vendor, to cure ballots? So as I understand it, there were almost 2,000 ballots that came in the primary that didn't have the signature on the back of the envelope. And if we had been able to call and say, is this yours? Did you intend to send it in? Then they could have been counted and we might not have had a runoff.
So we do not have a signature database on file to, be able to recognize the return envelope and who it came from.
No. This wasn't their signature itself. This was it. They didn't sign the back of the envelope. They did not sign the back of the envelope, but they fully intended to vote. I spoke to several, right, and they don't trust us, the world, to have their signature out there, going through the mail, so that anybody can look at it.
That would be a regulation change and something that the board would have to discuss and adopt.
Okay.
Ms. Walker, is that something you would like to ask the board to have staff research and come back with a presentation for us? Thank you. So obviously we cannot act on that today, but we can act to have ballots, a process for ballots to be cured. Are there any other questions or comments? Mr. Pacheco.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I just want to ask a question about the top 10 cities with the highest number of voter participation. I noticed very cool statistics. I just wondered if the top 10 are has that been the standard for a long time, or can it be the top 20? I'm just curious if there's any regulations that preclude us from adding more, or
This has generally been historically the information that we've provided the board. If you'd like for us to expand that list of top 10 to a top 20 city list, we could absolutely do that. We have that data information available, and we could include that in the report.
And oh, good. I did not know that. That would be very useful. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I see none. Ms. Nix, it's your turn for summary of committee direction.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This summary of committee direction that I took was to call Troy Nicolini from Samoa to see if he wants to wire in the $300,000 that he received from the developer by the board meeting tomorrow, and to use his house proceeds to help complete the payoff of the unfunded arrears amount. Secondly, and to report back tomorrow if that's either way, I guess. Secondly, to ask the voting vendor to provide breakdown of voting statistics post-election, and lastly, to research and see if there's a way to cure ballots, for instance, when there are blank signatures on the back of the envelopes.
All right, thank you. With that, is there any public comment, either in person or by phone? Mr. Fox, any by phone?
No callers on the phone.
All right, thank you. Then we will adjourn the meeting at 1:45. The next meeting is the Risk and Audit Committee meeting. Why don't we take 5 minutes to rearrange the chairs and then come back? We'll take that as a very good recommendation and take 10 minutes. The Risk and Audit Committee, first order of business is to do roll call.
Lisa Middleton,
Present.
David Miller,
Here.
Controller Malia Cohen,
Present.
Frank Rufino for Fiona Ma,
Present.
Jose Luis Pacheco,
Present.
Ramon Rubalcaba,
Present.
Melissa Willett.
All right, we are all in attendance. Next order of business is the election of the Risk and Audit Committee Chair and Vice Chair, and for that I will turn over the gavel ceremonially to Ms. Willett.
Okay, thank you so much. So I will now take nominations for the chair of the Risk and Audit Committee.
I'd like to nominate David Miller to be chair.
Thank you. A nomination has been made for David Miller to chair the Risk and Audit Committee. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? And finally, any other nominations? Hearing none, I have a motion to approve David Miller as chair of the Risk and Audit Committee. Please do a roll call vote.
David Miller,
Aye.
Controller Malia Cohen,
Aye.
Frank Rufino for Fiona Ma,
Aye.
Jose Luis Pacheco,
Aye.
Ramon Rubalcaba,
Aye.
Melissa Willett.
Aye. So the motion passes. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Mr. Miller. I will now pass it over to Chair Miller for the remainder of the meeting.
Okay. I, with the gavel, will now take nominations for Vice Chair of the Risk and Audit Committee. And I will make the nomination of Lisa Middleton as Vice Chair of the Risk and Audit Committee. So that nomination is made. Are there any other nominations? Any other nominations? Finally, are there any other nominations? So I have a motion to approve Lisa Middleton as Vice Chair, and I'll ask for the roll call.
Lisa Middleton.
Aye.
Controller Malia Cohen.
Aye.
Frank Rufino for Fiona Ma.
Aye.
Jose Luis Pacheco.
Aye.
Ramon Rubacava.
Aye.
Melissa Willett.
Okay, the motion passes. It's unanimous, and congratulations, Ms. Middleton. So do we switch around, or
Yes.
we can't just like lean over and... Okay, we'll pause here for a few moments while... Okay, let's keep it rolling. We'll move on to item 3, the executive report. I'll call on Mr. Fine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Mrs. Vice Chair, committee members. Kevin Fine, CalPERS team member and Chief Compliance Officer. First, I'd like to congratulate Ms. Taylor on her reelection as president, and then congratulations to Mr. Miller and Ms. Middleton for their elections to chair and vice chair of the RAC committee. And again, to all the new members, congratulations on your elections and joining the CalPERS board. I look forward to working with all of you in the coming year. There are 2 information items today for discussion. The first is the 2022-23 Enterprise Compliance and Risk Management Mid-Year Plan Update. This is also the second item is the third-party valuation certification of the 2021 CalPERS annual valuations of the state and school pension plan. And Ms. Archuleta and Buck Global are here to speak to that a little later on in the meeting. The next Risk and Audit Committee meeting is June 20th of 2022 and will include our 2022-23 annual compliance report and the first reading of the Conflict of Interest Code Amendment we'll be bringing. This concludes my report. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions at this point? Nope, seeing none. Thank you for your reports, and we'll look forward to hearing those items a little later. So that brings us to action consent items. What's the pleasure of the committee? Approval moved by Mr. Pacheco, seconded by Director Willett. So any discussion? Okay, I'll call for the question. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. So we move on to information consent items. I have not received any requests to pull anything, and I'm not seeing any last-minute requests to come in. So that moves us to our information agenda items. So back to you, Mr. Fine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we could start with the mid-year update to the 2022-23 Enterprise Compliance and Risk Management Plan. As you'll see on your screens, this was the plan that was presented last June. It was approved by this committee and the full board. We could move on to the update, please. Thank you. So if you recall from June of last year, we have a 3 initiative plan for this fiscal year, and the first 2 of those items, and I'll go into a little detail here, but you may recall that those are multi-year items that we're going to be doing a lot of across the board continued work on the maturity and efficacy of the compliance and risk plans and programs here at CalPERS. So with that in mind, I will say that if we look at initiative number 1, that shows 50%. We are measuring based on the amount of work we expect to get done in this fiscal year. And so you will see this item again show up next year, in fact, the first 2. And so the way we measure, rather than looking at the multi-year project and only tracking it over that full time, we have broken it down into buckets. So we know how much work we need to get done this year to be on track for the full multi-year plan. We are indeed at, as of 12/31, we are halfway through documenting laws, rules, regulations, working to assess our core processes and identify gaps and begin to work to improve or strengthen programs. If you look at Initiative 2, enhancing oversight, monitoring capabilities, again, we are at the 50% mark for the work we set for ourselves for this year in improving the processes, adding tools that make our work more effective and efficient, and also with, we've been spending a lot of time looking at education processes, priorities, and the tools we use. And we are looking at opportunities potentially to improve that, better coursework, more direct on-point education and training available. And also we are going to be looking at the responses we got to our just completed annual Enterprise Compliance and Risk Awareness Survey to point out any other areas. And then finally, our third initiative is a standard one that you've seen before. It is there annually for our Enterprise Risk Management Program, and even though we are making changes and combining risk and compliance together, you will see they both will continue to have unique programs to each side of the fence that will continue to run. This was the plan just for this year. This item, as I said, is recurring. It'll be on our plan each year. You may recall that we went through some analysis and changes to our annual Enterprise Risk Management Survey and Assessment process. We added some new items, removed some others, refreshed the analysis, and if you recall in November at the Risk and Audit Committee meeting, we brought you the results of the fiscal year 22-23 annual Enterprise Compliance Risk Assessment. There's some ancillary work that goes on after that, so you will see these numbers are all close to 100, with one of the items actually at 100%. And again, we see no impediment to reaching completion by the end of this fiscal year on June 30. In fact, with this issue, probably a bit ahead of schedule. That's my report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, question.
Good morning.
Morning.
Quick question.
Oh, there we go. Trying, just not working. There it is.
Okay, it's working now. Good morning, everyone. My name is Malia Cohen. Mr. Fine, I have a couple questions for you. Through the review of 2021 Form 700 filings, did you notice a pattern of common issues or situations?
We did. I would say the most common, and this is, as I've been told, consistent with most years that we do these reviews, have just been unintentional errors or omissions. I think when we look at the broader set, and we are still conducting some of those final reviews because we also had team leaders engaged to perform some reviews where they were looking so that at least they're aware of potential conflict areas on a go-forward basis as they assign any of their folks. I don't think we didn't have any significant problematic areas where we uncovered things that presented immediate conflict issues that needed to be addressed. Most of it was clarifications, and I would say there wasn't a single type of error made. They were mostly unintentional. They were failures to understand the requirements, and the process we followed is as we did the review and identified those items, we were tracking those at what we called the gross level, meaning that we haven't gone back and had those conversations with the individual team member who filed that form. And as we work through that, and I apologize, I don't have the statistics with me, I'd be happy to get back to you, but somewhere along the order of 50% or more fall off as not requiring any further action, not requiring an amendment to be filed, or any other remediation efforts.
Okay. And I was wondering if you could provide an example of the type of tools team leaders can use in their reviews.
So we used a system called VXF, Virtual Folders, which I think a lot of folks are familiar with, as a mechanism simply to get the form out to them in an electronic version, allow them to look through it, and then some preset buttons. No, I don't have any concerns or questions, or yes, I do, and then a box to put those in. That was a much more effective and efficient way to go through it than some of the other ways that have been explored, certainly as opposed to sending paper copies out for review. So that was one of the things we were able to do today. We are also looking at some new technology we're bringing in on the compliance side. I believe most of the committee will have heard me talk about My Compliance Office, the MCO platform. We are already up and running on that for personal trading. And we went live with that just on February 1st, so we are off the Schwab CT system completely now. And we are looking at other ways to use their system for forms filling out, attestations. They have a lot of good capabilities, so we're exploring some of that to see if we can make these things even easier as we go forward.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Okay. I'm not seeing any other requests to speak, so we'll move on to item 6B, the third-party evaluation and certification of the 2021 annual evaluations and of the state and schools pension plans.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Fritzy Archuleta, Actuarial CalPERS team. First, I'd like to congratulate Mr. Miller and Ms. Middleton on your new appointments. Now on to item 6B. In June of 2021, CalPERS hired Buck Global to conduct certifications on our annual actuarial valuations. For the year end 2021, the state and school valuations were reviewed. Here today is Mr. David Driscoll to report on those findings.
Oh, one more time. You got it.
Okay. I generally take a red light as meaning something's off, so. Anyway, thank you, Fritzy, and I echo her congratulations to the newly elected chair and vice chair of the Risk and Audit Committee. As mentioned, under our present engagement, contract 2021-9096, Buck has been contracted to perform parallel valuations and certifications in connection with valuations of constituent systems of CalPERS prepared by the CalPERS Actuarial Office. As Fritzy noted, this particular task, which was completed at the end of 2022, involved an examination of the 2021 actuarial valuation reports prepared for the state and school systems. The specific systems covered are listed in the report. There were 4 state systems and the schools pool. To give you an overall sense of what we found before launching into a discussion of specifically what we looked at and our findings and recommendations, we continue to find that the work prepared by the CalPERS Actuarial Office is of very high quality. The members of the board of CalPERS can rest assured that the reports that they are getting from the CalPERS office, at least based on what we've seen in this go-round and in earlier tasks, are accurate and complete and fulfill professional guidelines as to the ways in which evaluation should be completed. Now, when we do what we call a parallel evaluation and certification, we look at a number of things. We look at the assumptions and methods that were used in the valuations. We review them for reasonableness based on our understanding and our assessment as professional actuaries of what would be reasonable and acceptable. And we also look at them in terms of their compliance with actuarial standards of practice. Our review of the assumptions and methods used in the valuations covered in Task 2 resulted in the conclusion that they were all acceptable and reasonable methods and assumptions. We also attempt to replicate in detail the results of each of the valuations. We get the data from CalPERS. We run it independently to see if we come up with figures that match those derived by the CalPERS Actuarial Office. We are supposed to flag anything that results in a difference in aggregate costs, present values, or liabilities of more than 5%. In fact, we were able to match most of the liabilities, costs, and present values by considerably closer margins than 5%. Additionally, while it is not required under the contract, we try to match liabilities up on a participant-by-participant basis in each of the systems covered by a given audit, because we want to be sure that there aren't offsetting differences so that we're off a lot in one direction on one type of participant and off in the other direction on the others, but that's camouflaged by matching in the aggregate. And you can see in the back of our report that for the vast majority of participants, our liabilities matched CalPERS liabilities by well within 5%. There were a few outlier cases which we think are explained by differences in the valuation systems that we use. There are some differences in the way that certain things are modeled between the system that CalPERS uses and the system that we use. Both approaches are reasonable, but for people with certain characteristics, such as short service or at certain pay levels, there will be a difference, but in the aggregate, these differences are quite modest and do not affect the reasonableness of the results presented in any of the valuations reviewed. We also look at the content of the valuation reports for compliance with, for accuracy, first of all, and also for compliance with the communications provisions of the actuarial standards of practice. We found the reports, again, were generally of very high quality. We had some suggestions as to ways in which things might be more accurately or completely described. We also noted that there were some differences between the way certain things were presented between the school's report and the state reports, and we suggested that what we thought were the better of the two practices in each of those cases be adopted for both schools and state reports. But overall, we had a very good impression of the work that was being conducted by the actuarial office. The results, again, appear highly accurate and are based on reasonable actuarial assumptions and methods. And we believe that with the improvements that we have suggested, the reports, while already very good, will become even better. And with that, I'm happy to entertain questions.
Okay, I'm not seeing any requests to speak. So, oh, no, there I see one. It's Director Pacheco. Let's see if I can get this thing to work. Third time's a charm.
There I am. Thank you. Thank you very much for your report. So on the recommendations I think it's on page 11 of 14, it said that you mentioned that that one of the recommendations is to improve the disclosure of the mortality assumptions. Can you just elaborate on how that would improve the robustness of this report?
I think your page numbering may be different from mine because you're page 7. Okay, it's page 7 under the original page numbering. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, and this is recommendation, the first recommendation here.
Right.
Really, the idea here is that the standards of practice in recent years have required greater specificity in the description of actuarial assumptions. And we thought that to more completely fulfill the directive with respect to, in this case, it would be Actuarial Standard of Practice number 35, which discusses the selection of demographic actuarial assumptions, which a mortality assumption certainly is, but also their description in a report that these assumptions could be more clearly or accurately identified. Again, there's absolutely nothing wrong with the assumptions that are in place now, but in order to more completely fulfill the directive, or I would say the spirit of the actuarial standard of practice, which is that another actuary should be able to pick up a report and know precisely what assumptions are being used, we thought that these enhancements would bring the report into a fuller level of compliance with that.
Oh, I see then. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, I'm seeing no further questions. So I thank you very much for your report, and thank you as well. And we will move on to summary of committee direction.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I noted no direction from the committee.
Okay, I noted none either, and I just thank you, and I thank the team and everyone for the fine work. It really shows, and that we don't have any particular issues or additional requests of you at this time. So, thank you. I just want to check in if there's any public comment, anyone in the room or anyone on the phone, Mr. Fox? Nobody phoning in for public comment?
No public comments on the phone, Mr. Chair.
How surprising. Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, we will recess into closed session. And for items 1 to 3 from the closed session agenda, then we'll immediately reconvene in open session after the closed session. Thank you. So, closed session are dismissed. Yeah, no. We are adjourned, but Board Governance Committee will be starting in 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Let's give it 10 minutes. So 10 minutes, it's 2:58, so you've got 10 minutes.
To order. Good afternoon, everybody. First order of business is roll call, please.
Teresa Taylor.
Here.
Lynn Paquin for Malia Cohen. Here. Frank Rufino for Fiona Ma.
Present.
David Miller.
Here.
Ariana Ortega. Kevin Palke.
Good afternoon.
Yvonne Walker.
All right, thank you. Next order of business is the election of the Board Governance Committee Chair and Vice Chair. For this, I'm going to hand the virtual mallet over to David Miller. Yep. There you go.
Okay. It's time for nominations for the Chair of the Board Governance Committee, and I will kick it off by nominating Teresa Taylor. Are there any other nominations? Any other nominations? Finally, are there any other nominations? Okay, hearing none, I will make a motion to approve Teresa Taylor as chair. Seconded by Director Ortega. And I will move to call for the question. Do the roll call, please.
Teresa Taylor.
Aye.
Lynn Paquin for Malia Cohen.
Aye.
Frank Rufino for Fiona Ma.
Aye.
David Miller.
Aye.
Ariana Ortega. Aye. Kevin Palke.
Aye.
Yvonne Walker.
Okay, the ayes have it. The motion passes. Congratulations. And so now I will pass the
Virtual mallet
gavel back.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Miller. And I now am making a nomination for Vice Chair for David Miller for Vice Chair of Board Governance Committee. Are there any other nominations? Do I hear any other nominations? And once again, any other nominations? Hearing none, I have a motion to approve David Miller as Vice Chair of the committee. Can you please do the roll call vote, please?
Is there a second?
Yep. Ms. Paquin seconds the vote. Sorry.
David Miller.
Aye.
Lynn Paquin for Malia Cohen.
Aye.
Frank Rufino for Fiona Ma.
Aye.
Ariana Ortega.
Aye.
Kevin Palke.
Aye.
Yvonne Walker.
All right, thank you. Motion carries. David Miller is Vice Chair of the Board Governance Committee. You want to move over here? I don't know if you want to run him over here real quick. He doesn't have to, okay?
Doesn't have to. Okay. Stay put.
Stay seated. We're almost
seated. We're almost done.
There you go. All right, so we're moving on to the next order of business, and that is the executive report from Mr. Jacobs.
Good afternoon, Chair Taylor and board members. We have a modest agenda in governance today. There's one substantive item about the cadence for reviewing the delegations to committees and the delegation to the CEO. Looking forward, we do have this year, it's about time for the board to undertake its self-evaluation, given that there are 3 new board members. And speaking with you, Chair Taylor, we thought that we would give that a little bit of time for people to get some experience on the board under their belt. And so I will be bringing that back for a proposal as to how to perform the self-evaluation in June, with an idea toward getting that kicked off January of next year.
I think that's what we said, yeah.
Yeah. And so that's the that will be coming forward later, and that is my executive report for today.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jacobs. So next up on the agenda is action and consent items. What's the pleasure of the board? Yes, you want to pull one? Which one? Okay, so we still have action consent. Well, 4A? Okay, It's been moved by Ms. Ortega, seconded by Mr. Miller. All those in favor, we need a roll call vote anyway.
David Miller. Okay. Lynn Paquin for Malia Cohen. Frank Rufino for Fiona Ma. Lorena Ortega. Kevin Pauke.
Aye.
Yvonne Walker.
Okay, motion carries for action consent item 4A. Moving on to 4B and motion. Move approval. Okay, move approval by Ms. Ortega, seconded by Mr. Miller. Roll call vote, please.
David Miller. Lynn Paquin for Malia Cohen. Frank Rufino for Fiona Ma. Lorena Ortega. Kevin Pauke.
Aye.
Yvonne Walker.
All right, motion carries on 4B. I appreciate it. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is information consent items. I haven't had any requests to remove, and oh, I do. Hold on a second. I'm just imagining you'll talk on your own. I don't know.
I couldn't find mine in this attachment. I don't know if, it looks like Jose Luis's name is on 2 different documents. So I just wondered if there was something off on the attachment.
We'll certainly look into that.
I see my designees, so that's why it seemed odd that mine wasn't here. But it also could be I'm having a hard time with the attachment. But if someone, I mean, I don't think we can vote for it, but if someone could just double check the...
Yes, it doesn't require a vote, but in any case, we'll make sure that we get back to you on that
Thank you.
promptly.
I'm not seeing her either. So, okay, so it doesn't require a vote. Moving on to our action agenda item 6A. Matt, if you want to go ahead.
Yes. Item 6A, revision to frequency of board's review of committee and CEO delegations. This agenda item presents the committee with an opportunity to effectuate a suggestion to change the applicable policies regarding periodic review of the board's delegations to the committees and the board's delegation to the CEO to every 2 years from every year.
Annually.
And the basic idea being to streamline something that usually doesn't have changes anyway, but with an understanding that if the board ever does want to make a change to these delegations, it certainly has the opportunity to just call for that and bring it forward on the next agenda. So that is kind of the sum and substance of this agenda item.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. I am not seeing any questions from the board. Motion to move the agenda item by Ms. Ortega, seconded by Ms. Paquin. Any discussion? Anybody? Questions before I move? Okay. We need a roll call vote on that. Thank you. Oh, we do have a question. Hold on. Go ahead.
So I'm hesitant to be aye on this because I would imagine that it takes up very little time to give the delegations every year, and I don't hear anything pressing about why it has to change to a 2-year cycle instead of just the 1-year cycle.
You want to talk to that, Matt?
Staff is agnostic on this. It was really kind of brought forward as an idea to I mean, it seems repetitive to do it every year, and it's kind of an exercise where we have to do it for each committee, and then we package all of them together and bring them to the full board. So it's kind of extra work for no apparent reason. But doesn't require a ton of work. It's just, so it's whatever the committee's preference is on this.
Okay. I'm not, is that it? Is that your only question?
He answered.
Okay. So we've already had the motion to move approval.
Teresa,
Okay.
I think Kevin has a question.
Oh, okay. Tell him to go ahead.
Hi, just quick clarification. Did this include the delegation of chairs and vice chairs as well?
No. It's staff authority.
Okay,
Okay, thank you, Kevin.
thank you.
Okay, the question's been called if you want to do the roll call vote.
David Miller. Aye. Lynn Paquin for Malia Cohen. Frank Rufino for Fiona Ma. Aye. Arena Ortega. Kevin Pauke.
Aye.
Yvonne Walker.
Okay. Motion carries. And we will move on to agenda item 7, information agenda item summary of committee direction, which I don't think we had any, but go ahead, Matt.
I don't think we had any either, but just to recap that we will bring forward in June a plan, a proposed plan. It's of course your plan, not ours, as to how the committee and the board want to undertake the self-evaluation this year.
Perfect. We appreciate that. And then I just want to reiterate, if anybody has a revision to any of the delegated authorities, we can bring that forward at any time. Just give Matt a call or one of, myself, and we can get it on the agenda for next meeting. And then my next thing is public comment, 7B. Any public comments? Nope. Okay. Well, I guess that means we're adjourning the meeting. So we are currently adjourned at 3:21, and we start tomorrow morning with board at 9 a.m., I believe, correct?
Yes, Madam Chair.
All right. See everybody at 9 a.m. here in the auditorium.